My guess is that because it's, I mean, there's a city there. Oh, hold on, but it doesn't say you have to evacuate the city. It says you have to evacuate. No, the evacuation is just for right in the area here. So it's like a few blocks, it looks like. That's the red area. But I guess they don't, maybe they think people might be working in the area, or it looks like a pretty industrial location. They don't issue that many of these evacuation warnings, so. Yeah, they after a couple hours after issuing the evacuation last night, they attacked the Arak nuclear reactor. Anyways, yeah, there's different businesses in the area. Again, Intel Doge thinks they're going to attack a carbon fiber plant. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. I wonder if part of it also is psychological, to be regularly issuing these evacuation warnings and destroying these facilities. Oh, interesting. This is very interesting from Shayan Sardizadeh, who's with BBC. He says there has been a sharp fall in the number of videos recorded by Iranians and posted to social media documenting Israeli strikes around the country today due to a near total internet shutdown being imposed by the authorities. The nationwide internet outage has made it difficult for civilians to see evacuation orders on social media before incoming strikes. It's also made it near impossible for Iranians outside of Iran to contact their families and friends inside Iran to inquire about their safety and well-being. So, I know a number of you have been talking about this, the fact that it would be harder to warn people if the internet isn't working. Also, certainly seems like it's making it harder for the outside world to tell, where is Israel striking and what's going on there. But he says a sharp fall in the number of videos recorded by Iranians posted to social media documenting Israeli strikes since this internet outage came into play. There have not been any missile launches from Iran since we've been on the air today. We'll see what happens with that. Shout out, by the way, to our Twitch subscribers. I want to shout them out. People like Matthew Kohai 3, J Frank G, Graybeard Games, Afro Man, Piecemeal Spark 4. Thanks also for the support on Twitch, Bad Toastery and Luddington 71. Thanks Jax Hack for subscribing, Beautiful Profanity, Mahjong Lady, Zuli Teak. Zuli Teak believes that the last Iranian missile launch was around 9 a.m. Is that true? Ma Florida 22, thanks for subscribing. Luddington 71, Lil Pinkus, thanks for subscribing. Also, thank you to Beefy McWhatnow for the membership. Michael Burmester for the membership. Thank you. Senior for being a member. One of our viewers, Alex Dubois, says, how do Iranian citizens know about evacuations with no internet? I'm guessing they were doing things like texting them and calling them. Who knows what else? Text should still work, though, and phones. Thanks, McLean33, who asked about how they can be aware of the evacuation order, too. Thank you, David Martin, Michael Burmester, Jay Murphy, Honest Brothers Studios. Michael Burmester again for the gift membership. Thank you. Thanks, Bland's Tough 2000. Bland's Tough, thank you. Peasy Papa Zulu, AMH, AV Applegate, thank you. Jenna T. Lidwine Elizabeth, thank you. Wonton8888, who says, U.S. soldiers always operate THAADs. They don't hand those over. Thank you also, Fast Moves, 45, Kerry Poteet, Barry M. Do I think it will take 2 weeks? I don't know. I could certainly see him not taking 2 weeks to decide. I'll say that. But I don't know. It's me, Kyle. Thank you. And Florida Beach, and Beefy M, and Michael Burmester for the gift memberships. Thank you. Parker, our viewer, thinks he will take 1 day. I'm just checking here. For updates. Yeah, there's definitely way less stuff the last couple days coming out of Iran. Quick thanks also so much to Kim and Dean from Sedona, Arizona. Thank you so much, Kim and Dean. That's very nice of you. Ariel Oserin, good for him. He's with I-24. He says, so Ariel Oserin, a little while ago tonight, who's an Israeli reporter, had posted a large explosion rocks the Lavazan area in Tehran, home to high-level Iranian officials, and reportedly where the supreme leader is hiding. And then he just posted, I deleted a post with a video of a strike on Tehran as it was 2 days old. I think I've seen other people post that video too. I'll post the link for those for you in the chat. Dripped Out Outlaw says, yup, old video. No, I like when people do correct. Sometimes people never correct. Some people never correct things. So I like when people correct things. There's no shame in correcting things. Oh, also, I missed this from Jackie Heinrich. Thank you, Cheryl Sutter, for letting me know that she posted about this. So I had mentioned, a viewer had sent me an article from The Guardian, where The Guardian claimed that some defense officials had been briefed that if you really wanted to destroy the nuclear plant at Fordo, you would need a tactical nuclear weapon and not just bunker busters. As I mentioned to you, I'd only see that in The Guardian, hadn't seen it anywhere else. Jackie Heinrich from Fox News said, a White House official tells me the contents of this report are false, that the U.S. military has no doubt about the efficacy of bunker busters in eliminating the site at Fordo, also denying that any options, including tactical nukes, have been taken off the table. And I wouldn't read too much into that. It's Thank you, Cheryl. Hamilton Holmes says, I was DIV-RD for years, worked at Fort Sill training people. Thanks for your service. He says, we ran IDF and others through those pieces of equipment. Patriots and THAAD aren't that tough to work, so they may be operated by IDF. That's what Hamilton Holmes said. Thanks, Hamilton, for writing in. Thanks again for your service. Someone sent me the video that supposedly, yeah, exactly. Someone sent me a video that somebody else posted on X, and the person on X claimed that that Israel had tried to assassinate the Supreme Leader tonight and had a video in the post with it, but I already know that that video is old because a reporter who posted it already said, oh, I'm deleting my post because it's an old video. So that would seem like an unreliable source. As I mentioned to you, I'd only see that in The Guardian, hadn't seen it anywhere else. Jackie Heinrich from Fox News said a White House official tells me the contents of this report are false, that the U.S. military... John Auger says 2 weeks may be how long it takes to get the other carrier group in position. A number of our viewers say Trump thinks Trump is waiting for a carrier group to get in position. Thank you for writing in. It is 12:51 a.m. Israel time right now. Fars News Iran says a few minutes ago, air defense began operating in the central and eastern part of Tehran. At the same time, 3 explosions were heard from East Tehran. Okay, I'm going to post that from Fars News. So again, Fars State Media, Iran State Media Fars, they say again, a few minutes ago, air defense began operating in the central and eastern parts of Tehran. At the same time, 3 explosions were heard from East Tehran. For whatever that's worth. I mean, these kind of reports are not so rare, but I just figured I'd pass that along. They just posted it. It's kind of specific with the 3 explosions mentioned. They also say additional news will be announced later. I don't know what that means. But that's what they just said. Then what else are people talking about? What is this? Some people are saying there was some earthquake. Iran is very seismically active, by the way. They regularly have earthquakes. Yes, there is a 4.2 earthquake in Iran that happened, looks like a couple hours ago. I think it was a couple hours ago. in northeastern Iran, a 4.2 here. It said UTC 19, which would be, I believe, about 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I have not heard any kind of experts I follow suggest that that earthquake is anything other than a regular earthquake. If I do, I will let you know. Hey, a quick thanks to Nelda Davis. Hey, that's so nice of you, Nelda Davis. Thanks for your support, Nelda. And Web It by Design. Thanks, Web It by Design. Very kind of you. Thanks for the support. Thanks, Spin City DJs and Christopher Breland. Thanks, Christopher. I looked at that post. It seems like that post was about some bomb in development, I believe. It's a B-61 is a nuclear bomb. The bomb that is widely discussed, the bunker buster, is the U.S. bunker buster is the GBU-57ABMOP. That's the one the various articles and experts I see say is the one that would be dropped on Fordo, which has never been used in combat. Thank you so much, Christopher Breland. Also, Joe K. Joe thinks Israel needs help with defense and interceptors and the U.S. is on standby. Thank you, Beefy McWhatNow, and Beefy McWhatNow thinks Trump will actually not involve the U.S. in the war. He thinks he knows his base and what we want. Thank you, Beefy. Thank you, John Richardson, Aleph Tav, TK, Robin Sehi, I Love Reading, Dave Hoffner for the gift membership. Did I thank Florida Beach and Senior? I think so. Chase Nichter, thanks for being a member. Shout out to our YouTube members, by the way, people like Owl Hippie, Jen's Crunchy Vax, Captain Obvious, Terry Rose. Thanks for being members over there. Robert Lawrence, Say My Name, Lola P, Oil Medic, Sevenfold, Air Fryer, Joseph Quinones, DC Primetime, Ed Weeby, Jim Sween, Some more of them there too. Hold on. Alexa Fulmer, Hash or Mash, Miss Curvy, Chucky Plague, Say My Name, LM May, Sat X83, Pierre Dubois, Ann Chappie. Thank you, YouTube members. DC Primetime, Stormnut, Belfast Stargazer, 2K Red Eyes, Estrelon, In and Out of the Abyss, Hara Banar, Ian Dixon. Thank you, members. I Need Some Skooma, Naomi Nocturnal, B. Earhot, Cat, Casey Veteran, Music Muse, Patrick Malone, Christy Warshower, Steam 2023. Appreciate all of our members. Also, Danny Morales. Thank you, Danny. And Mid-Hudson Security Consultants, LLC. He says, either we are fighting or we are not. He says, this one giving 24 hours, that one giving 48 hours, that one giving 2 weeks now. Thanks, Michael Barnett, our member as well. Hugo Lowell, who's with The Guardian, says the ex-deputy director of the DTRA, the agency that helped develop and test the bunker busters, said on the record it would not destroy Fordo. I'm seeing a bunch of articles talking about whether the bunker buster would destroy Fordo. Destroy as opposed to, say, collapse the entrances and do damage. Thanks, Joe K, for the memberships. Thank you, Joe K. That's really nice of you. Thanks, Joe. Trying to keep you updated with the latest. Well, we should talk about this. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. There's an article in the Washington Post. U.S. bases that could attack Iran and become targets, it says. They say tens of thousands of U.S. troops, tens of thousands are stationed in the Middle East. Al-Assad Air Base in Iraq is jointly operated by U.S. and Iraqi forces. It houses thousands of American troops, the largest U.S. deployment in Iraq. Iran and its proxies have in recent years attacked it repeatedly. Oh, after the Soleimani assassination by the U.S., Tehran fired 16 missiles at bases hosting U.S. forces in Iraq. 11 landed at al-Assad. Okay. Major U.S. military deployments in the Persian Gulf include Naval Support Activity Bahrain, headquarters of the 5th U.S. Fleet, and home to some 8,300 American sailors. Also, the Qatari-owned Al Udeid Air Base, which boasts the largest U.S. contingent in the Middle East. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar is a forward command post for U.S. Central Command and can house more than 10,000 troops. Iranian officials warned the Qataris this week that U.S. bases in the Gulf would be legitimate targets in retaliation for an American attack, they report. U.S. embassies and diplomatic compounds in the region could also become targets, says the Post. A short while ago, again, Iran's Fars News said that there were 3 explosions in eastern Tehran and air defense was operating in Tehran. If I get any update about that, I will certainly let you know. Shout out to Miss Curvy. Thanks so much, Miss Curvy. That's really nice of you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks also Multicorker, and shouting out the mods, thanks Multicorker, thank you. Also Knock Spectre and Michael Burmester, thanks for another gift membership, Michael. We should talk about the son of the former monarch of Iran, the son of the Shah. We never talk about him, and it gets mentioned. Let me see if I can just find something I can show you about him. So this is, because people bring this up, Reza Pahlavi, Crown Prince of Iran. There he is. That's Wikipedia. He is the eldest son of the last Shah of Iran, the last Shah of the 53-year-old Pahlavi dynasty in Iran. So he was a monarch. That's before the Iranian Revolution in 1979. He is a prominent critic of Iran's current government. He participates in the Iranian democracy movement. So I see him mentioned a bunch recently, and some of our viewers bring him up. Oh, there's an article here from Reuters. Iran's divided opposition senses its moment, but activists remain wary of protests. Iran's fragmented opposition groups think their moment may be close at hand, but activists involved in previous bouts of protest say they are unwilling to unleash mass unrest, even against a system they hate, with their nation under attack. Exiled opponents of the Islamic Republic, themselves deeply divided, are urging street protests. In the borderlands, Kurdish and Balaki separatist groups look poised to rise up, with Israeli strikes pummeling Iran's security apparatus. While the Islamic Republic looks weaker than at nearly any point since soon after the 1979 revolution, any direct challenge to its 46-year rule would likely require some form of popular uprising. Whether such an uprising is likely or imminent, close, is a matter of debate. Interesting. The late Shah of Iran's son, the Shah was the ruler the last ruler before the Iranian Revolution. The late Shah's son, U.S.-based Reza Pahlavi, said in media interviews this week he wants to lead a political transition, proclaiming it the best chance to topple the Islamic Republic in 4 decades and saying, "This is our moment in history." Reuters says triggering regime change is certainly one goal for Israel, with Prime Minister Netanyahu addressing Iranians to say, "We are also clearing the path for you to achieve your freedom." Within a ruling system long adept at quashing public displays of dissent, there are signs it is readying for protests. For example, a member of a local militia that's often deployed against protesters said his unit had been put on alert to root out Israeli spies and protect the Islamic Republic. While the strikes have targeted a security hierarchy that crushed previous bouts of protest, they have also caused great fear and disruption for ordinary people and anger at both Iranian authorities and Israel. One prominent Iranian activist, who now is no longer in Iran, Atina Dami, said, "How are people supposed to pour into the streets? In such horrifying circumstances, people are solely focused on saving themselves, their families, their compatriots, and even their pets." So she is suggesting that maybe you shouldn't expect protests while this active combat is going on. Two other activists Reuters spoke to in Iran said they had no plans to demonstrate yet. One of them said, "After the strikes end, we will raise our voices because this regime is responsible for the war." Another activist who Reuters spoke to in Iran dismissed calls from abroad for protests, saying Israel and those so-called opposition leaders abroad only think about their own benefits. Interesting. How far opposition groups outside Iran enjoy any support inside the country is uncertain. While there is a fond nostalgia among some Iranians for the period before the revolution, it is an era that most are too young to remember. Reuters also says within Iran, the successive rounds of national protests in recent years have also focused around differing issues. In 2009, demonstrators flooded the streets over what they saw as a stolen presidential election. In 2017, protests focused on failing living standards. And in 2022, women's rights were the trigger. For opponents of the Islamic Republic inside Iran, those unanswered questions of whether or when to stage protests, what agenda to pursue, or which leader to follow are only likely to grow more pressing as Israel's airstrikes continue. That's an interesting article from Reuters there. If people want to challenge the regime, they have to decide how to do it. Yeah, EHP says it was quiet like this yesterday until it wasn't. This is what happens, with this story, where kind of goes along and stuff happens, and then you don't hear something, and then you do, and you just don't know when things are going to happen. Now, Bunny Rabbit has an interesting point, our viewer. Bunny Rabbit says without internet, no way to organize protests. Would certainly make it harder. And no internet means no messaging apps. Thanks, Kate Kavanaugh, our new member. Michael Burmester, another membership. So nice of you, Michael. Thank you. Thanks, Trudy, for being a member. Joe H. says, we wait. Our viewer, Elizar, mentioned a report that claimed that an Iranian official claimed that Iran was now hiding all of its enriched uranium. I don't know if that's true. We talked about that report earlier. But that certainly is a big question. Where is the enriched uranium they have? Where is it? Good warning from Joe Trusman. I follow Joe. Let me show you what Joe just posted. He's an expert on the Middle East. Joe says, at Joe Trusman, a friendly warning to check videos emerging from Iran. As I previously posted, Iranian internet users are experiencing little to no internet service. Thus, old footage shared on social media is becoming more apparent. One of our viewers said, our viewer Chris114 said, if any revolution is going to happen, bombs will need to stop falling first. Oh, Reuters now has an article about the cluster bomb bearing missile. I want to talk about that. Oh, we got a new video here too. I'm going to show you that. Hang on. I'm going to show you a video in a second. This is from Reuters here. They have an article here. Iran strikes Israeli hospital. We were covering that this morning. Trump to decide on U.S. role in conflict within 2 weeks. We talked about that. They say there is no sign yet of an exit strategy from either side in this conflict. The White House said President Trump said he will make a decision within the next 2 weeks whether to be involved. They say that might not be a firm deadline, as Trump has commonly used 2 weeks as a time frame for making decisions. Could be longer than 2 weeks. Let me show you this video from Reuters that goes with that article. I think it's a summary of kind of what's going on. Yeah, let's check out this video from Reuters. The audio might only play in your left ear, so be aware of that. All right, here's this. We're going to check this out right now. But again, beware. The audio might only play in your left ear, so be ready for that.
Israel bombed nuclear targets in Iran on Thursday, and Iranian missiles hit an Israeli hospital overnight as the week-old air war continued to escalate. US President Donald Trump, meanwhile, has kept the world guessing about whether Israel's superpower ally would join it in airstrikes. Trump has veered from proposing a swift diplomatic end to the war to suggesting the United States might join it.
כפי שאתם רואים בהדמיה,
The military released a graphic as well as video footage. It said shows an aerial strike on the Kandahar nuclear site in the central city of Iraq. It also said it had struck Iran's Natanz and Isfahan nuclear sites and the Bushehr nuclear power plant, though a spokesperson later retracted the last claim. Any attack on the Bushehr plant near Arab neighbors and housing Russian technicians is viewed as risking nuclear disaster. Monday, Israel struck Iran's state TV headquarters. On Thursday, the building was a severely damaged shell in the aftermath. Video footage from inside Iran is hard to come by, with the internet almost completely shut down. The public has also been banned from filming, with the authorities citing a risk of espionage. Iran has stopped giving updates on the death toll and airing widespread images of destruction, apparently seeking to prevent panic. Israeli, Western and regional officials say Israel's campaign seeks to shatter the foundations of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's government and leave it near collapse. Southern Israel, black smoke billowed from Soroka Medical University Center. The Director General of the hospital told reporters a missile strike had destroyed several wards and wounded 40 people, mostly staff and patients. Iran's Revolutionary Guards said they were targeting Israeli military and intelligence headquarters located near the hospital. Speaking at the hospital site, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Tehran's tyrants would pay the full price. Missiles also hit a residential building in the east of Tel Aviv. Israel bombed nuclear.
It was interesting. So you heard in that report from Reuters, they said that the regime has banned people from filming. You're not allowed to film stuff in Iran, and also I guess publicly, and also you're not allowed to, they said that the regime, that the media there has stopped posting images of destruction in Iran. So, you know, that along with you can imagine that along with the internet being down would severely restrict the reporting coming out of Iran. And also, there is the, what was I going to mention? Oh, they talked about that other nuclear plant, which is interesting. What was the name of that nuclear plant? The Bushehr nuclear plant. Worth keeping an eye on this. So that's an operational plant. That's actually in operation. It would be a big deal to target that. Let me just show you that on Google Maps. The plant, the nuclear plant that they targeted this morning, Arak plant, was not operational yet. So here's the Bushehr nuclear power plant. That's operational, and also it is across the Persian Gulf from Kuwait, and Bahrain is right there, and Qatar is right there, and Iraq is right there, and UAE is right here. So that would be a big deal. I might have to replace my earbuds. I ran out of power on my earbuds. Hang on a moment here. I think I have a little more power. No missile launches yet tonight during our stream. Kulf Angaren says, this is good. No missiles are good. Space Fraggle thinks Iran is not out of missiles. It's wishful thinking to think so. Oh, I wanted to mention the cluster munition. That this whole thing. You know, I'm going to take a break. I need 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back in 1 minute. Then we'll talk about the cluster munition thing. I'm going to take my, my earbuds are also out of power basically, so I got to replace those. Hold on. Hang on a moment here. 1 moment here. Take a minute. Hang on. 1 minute. Steve will be back in 1 minute. There we go. Give me 1 minute. All right, that was longer than a minute. That might have been like 2 minutes. Hang on a moment here. I need my other earbuds in so I can hear. One moment, please. I'm trying to connect my earbuds. I can hear again. I can hear again. It's such a different vibe, like, because the last couple days, I think people were thinking like, wow, at any moment President Trump could decide. I mean, because remember he came back in a rush early from G7 and was in the Situation Room, and everyone was thinking, wow, he's going to decide soon whether or not to be in the war. But today, he said he'll decide within 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks. Miss Curvy says, I think July 4th. I don't know if it'll be 2 weeks. Could be less, could be more. The stream always just pauses for a second when I change my earbuds. I don't know why that is. It's just something that it does. It's been like that forever. It's been like that forever. We haven't had any missile alerts tonight while we've been on. Al Jazeera reports that the Noor News website says there were air defenses activated in the city of Damavand, east of Tehran. Hunkajunk says no news is good news. Again, much less coming out of Iran, in a big part because the internet is down. Samuel says, how effective is Iranian air defense? They don't seem to have much air defense left from everything I've seen. We are expecting at some point some major response from Israel to the Iranian missile attacks of this morning, one of which hit a hospital. So I would certainly expect at some point that to happen. When, I don't know. This was interesting today. Israel says Iran fired cluster bomb-bearing missile. That's from Reuters. Iran launched a missile at Israel on Thursday that scattered small bombs with the aim of increasing civilian casualties, the Israeli military and its Washington embassy said, the first reported use of cluster munitions in the 7-day-old war. The embassy said Iran fired a missile that contained cluster submunitions at a densely populated civilian area in Israel. Cluster weapons, they said, are designed to disperse over a large area and maximize the chances of a harmful strike. Israel said Iran unlawfully fired deliberately at civilian population centers and seeks to maximize the damage to civilians in them by using wide dispersal munitions. Iran's mission to the UN did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Israeli news reports quoted the Israeli military as saying the missile's warhead split open at an altitude of about 4 miles and released around 20 submunitions in a radius of around 5 miles over central Israel. So the idea is it splits open and these smaller warheads or munitions or explosives or whatever they are come out and they scatter over a 5-mile area. 5-mile radius of 5 miles means it's a 10-mile diameter circle. But maybe they mean 5 miles. Anyways, that's a wide area. One of these small munitions struck a home in the central Israeli town of Azor, causing some damage. There were no reports of casualties from the bomb. Cluster bombs are controversial, says Reuters, because they indiscriminately scatter submunitions, some of which can fail to explode and kill or injure long after a conflict ends. And submunitions are smaller explosive devices expelled from a larger munition. The executive director of Arms Control Association Advocacy Group told Reuters cluster munitions are egregious weapons with their wide area destruction, especially if used in a civilian populated area, and could add to the exploded ordnance left over from conflicts. Israel and Iran declined to join a 2008 international ban on the production, stockpiling, transfer, and use of cluster bombs that has been signed by 111 countries and 12 other entities. Reuters also points out that after extensive debate, the U.S. in 2023 supplied Ukraine with cluster munitions for use against Russian occupation forces. Ukraine says Russian troops have also fired them. So that's the first report of those cluster bombs being used, cluster bomb missiles being used by Iran. Will we be seeing more use of those? Assuming that it's true. Cheyenne Sardizadeh of BBC, we talked about how there is an evacuation warning for an industrial park in Iran. That this was issued about an hour and a half ago by Israel. So they're going to blow something up there. Cheyenne Sardizadeh of BBC says that he believes it is for a carbon fiber production facility. That's also what Intel Doge says. See, and he, by the way, Cheyenne said a near total internet shutdown is currently being imposed in Iran, making it unlikely that most Iranians will be able to see these orders in time to evacuate. I don't know if Israel is doing a thing where they text people or call people or what. I wouldn't be so sure, though, that, I mean, President Trump said he'll decide within 2 weeks whether to join the war. I wouldn't be so sure that, like, oh, basically nothing happens for 2 weeks. There's a lot that could happen between Israel and Iran. This is going to go on without him at this point. VV says, shouldn't the Iranian leaders be warning the citizens? I mean, you'd think maybe if Israel is issued an evacuation order, I mean, there's a world in which the Iranian government would want people to know that. Maybe they don't want to repeat it because it looks bad or something. This is an article talking about that Bushehr nuclear power plant in northern Iran. I think it's northern Iran. I might be wrong about that. Let me check out. Hold on. I'm sorry if I have that wrong. I'm sorry, it's southern Iran. Southern Iran next to the Persian Gulf, but it's next to the water. And it says, a military spokesperson for Israel had said, I think it was yesterday, that Israel struck the Bushehr nuclear site. And then I think it turned out that it wasn't struck. Reuters says the potential consequences of an attack on the Bushehr nuclear power plant contaminating the air and water have long been a concern in the Gulf states. Qatar's prime minister in March said an attack on Iran's nuclear facilities would entirely contaminate the waters of the Gulf and threaten life in Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. He said an attack on Iran's nuclear sites would leave the Gulf with no water, no fish, no nothing, no life. Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait, on the opposite side of the Gulf from Iran, have minimal natural water reserves and are home to more than 18 million people whose only supply of potable water, that's drinkable water, right, is desalinated water drawn from the Gulf. That's really interesting. So if the Gulf water became contaminated, that's the supply, the water supply for Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. I did not realize this. Bushehr is Iran's only, I didn't know this either. Bushehr is Iran's only operating nuclear power plant. Is it the only one which sits on the Gulf Coast or the only one operating, period? Yes, Bushehr is the only operating nuclear power plant in Iran. Very interesting. A source familiar with the matter told Reuters that contamination from any attack on the Bushehr nuclear power plant was the worst case that Gulf countries were preparing for. It said Gulf countries had prepared a contingency plan for any attack on any nuclear plant in the region. It's very interesting. Again, the plant is here. And then these Gulf countries, Kuwait is here, Qatar here, Bahrain here, UAE here. And the plant is right next to the water. It's right on the water, basically. So that is a huge deal if that gets attacked. So keep an eye out for that. One of our viewers said, would they fly in bottled water? I mean, they'd have to do something pretty massive. Wow. Yeah, I was wondering, is potable, or potable? I was just wondering that. I got to look it up. One of the viewers said it was potable. It's potable, sorry. I said potable. Is this a new report here? Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. I think we have a new report, maybe. Where is that from? Now I can't find it. Hold on a moment here. By the way, the New York Times says it's possible that Trump's announcement today about 2 weeks was an effort to deceive Iran and have them let their guard down. You never know. You never know, guys. The Times said that 2 weeks would allow a second American aircraft carrier to get into place. It would give more time to destroy air defenses around Fordo. Also, who knows, maybe Israel could try to go it alone in the meantime. By, well, one thing, perhaps a commando operation? I would think if Netanyahu thought Trump would eventually agree to do it, he wouldn't try it themselves. They wouldn't try it themselves. Thank you, by the way, to Accedi. Yeah, I saw that report, Accedi. I'll read it. I mean, I didn't really make that much of it. Jennifer Jacobs of CBS reported that, you know, it's one of these things. I don't think it really in itself means that much. Jennifer Jacobs said, U.S. officials have been told, all right. Oh, no, that's not it. She said, as President Trump is contemplating potential U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, law enforcement officials have stepped up surveillance of Iran-backed operatives in the U.S. Kash Patel has increased efforts to monitor possible domestic sleeper cells linked to Hezbollah since Israel's offensive began earlier this month, sources told me. Again, I mean, that in itself, it might sound like, oh my gosh, there's all these sleeper cells. But all it's really saying is, well, they're keeping an eye on people with Iran ties more now. And, you know, which makes sense, but it doesn't mean that there's some huge threat. I mean, there could be, but we don't know. So I'm not overly reading into that much. But I appreciate Accedi you mentioning it because I hadn't read it yet on the air. So thank you, Accedi, very much, and thanks for your support. Thank you also, Per Holstrand and Greg Haza from Canada. Robert thinks Iran shut down its internet so no one can see what's going on. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Shaft, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Abby, who says CenturyLink is down and thinks it's a cyber attack. I haven't heard of any kind of big cyber attack report. I mean, there could be, but I haven't heard any reports about it. I'll let you know. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, CJ, as well. And Zeke Kyle. And not applicable. Not applicable thinks that protests don't work against brutal regimes. The Western public expecting an uprising is fantastical. Thanks, Dodger Blue and Mitchell Pilot and HNW. And Michael, our member. Did Iran do anything else today besides the morning's missile strikes? I believe there was at least one smallish missile launch that I know about. That might be it. I can tell you, Down Detector report is reporting what seems to be like a CenturyLink outage. I have no information whatsoever that's in any way related to the situation in Iran and Israel. Patrick Malone thinks it won't be 2 weeks, it'll be well beforehand. Hold on a second. Are there cams in Iran? No. I don't have access to them even when the internet's working, and the internet's not working. Al-Mayadeen, according to Mer News, Al-Mayadeen is claiming, where is this? Al-Mayadeen is claiming Iranian air defenses shot down an Israeli drone shot south of Tehran. Now, a drone did get shot down. An Israeli drone a couple days ago got shot down. I cannot confirm that another one has been shot down. But Al-Mayadeen says their correspondent reports that Iranian air defenses shot down an Israeli drone south of Tehran. Now, this is not the one from 2 days ago. This is a new report. I don't know if it's true. They just posted it. Yep. Al Arabiya just said Iranian TV says Israeli drone shot down south of Tehran. I'm guessing if it is true, you'll certainly see it. That the Iranian government will put out there. Thank you, Jeff E. Thank you to Better You Than Me, Lisa Johnson, Gifted Red Wing 96, Welch. What is Iraq will hope to happen? I am not an Iraq expert. I know that Iran has some proxies in Iraq. I don't really know much about the whole situation there. But Iran, there are certainly some forces there in Iraq that are supported by Iran. But I'm guessing there's a bunch of people there who are not supportive of the Iranian regime. Iraq is 60% Shia Muslim, 35% Sunni Muslim, 75% to 80% Arabs, 15 to 20% Kurds. That is a country I really don't know that much about. Yeah, from the little reading I'm doing right now, it seems that Iraq has sizable populations of, like I said, Shia Arabs, Sunni Arabs, and Kurds. That also divides them politically. Hey, thanks to Purple Cat Audio gave 5 people membership. So nice of you, Purple Cat Audio. Also, Jeff E. Thank you, Jeff. You know what I could do? What it might be a good time to do right now, I think you know what I'm going to say. Thank you also, Paul Tissue and Tanya W. And our moderators, Beth Mythical and Ruth Krafasi. Thanks for being there over on YouTube. I'm going to thank our mods for a second. Charlotte Webb, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah Surly, Devin Tarayag on Twitch, and on X, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha. Yeah, I think, because I have to eat anyway, why don't I take 5 minutes? Hold on a second here. Why don't I take 5 minutes and put my stuff in the air fryer? Because we're going to keep the stream going. Thank you. I need some skooma. Thank you. All right, so give me a moment to make sure I don't have any. I'm going to take 5 minutes. I keep seeing this report about something the New York Times said, but I don't actually see it at the New York Times. People are saying New York Times says this. And then I go there and it's just not there. I don't know where people are getting it from. Hold on. Can't find it. All right, so what I'm going to do right now, by the way, a half hour ago, Ariel Oseren, an Israeli reporter, said Iranian media report explosions were heard in Babelsar and Babel in northern Iran, both towns that have not been struck by Israel so far. Thanks, CC. And are you trying it out? Thank you. All right, so I'm going to take 5 minutes and put my food in the air fryer because I got to eat something. And we're going to keep the stream going. If there's some huge thing that happens, I'll just stop with all that and just report on it, which has happened before. So hang tight. Hang tight here. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I think I'm going to have to take off my headphones. We'll do this. Yeah, I turned the camera's audio back up for you. But hang on. All right, give me 5 minutes. I'm coming right back in 5 minutes, and I'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience. I am making my food so I can eat and keep the stream going. I did see, you know, there was an evacuation order issued by Israel for this industrial park. And I saw that a report that there had been explosions there. Ariel Oserin with I-24 reported that there were an explosion occurred. Oh, he said an explosion occurred in the industrial park where the evacuation warning had happened. So maybe they've actually attacked that area. A couple reports I mentioned earlier claimed it might be a carbon fiber plant they're attacking. This was that warning they gave. Cephedrud Industrial Park. Our viewer back says calm tonight. There have not been, by the way, I'm hearing myself. I'll take care of that in a second. I'm hearing slightly hearing another one of myself repeating. I will fix that in a second. But yeah, there have not been any. I mean, I think possibly, I might be wrong about this. Maybe, correct me if I'm wrong. So there were the missile strikes this morning by Iran. And then I want to say a couple hours after there was a smaller missile launch by them. I don't know if Iran has launched missiles at Israel since this morning. I'm going to check here. The last one I see was from about 9 hours ago, 9:50 a.m. Eastern time. Well, that would have been the afternoon. So there was a missile launch by Iran about 9.5 hours ago. 9.5 hours ago. Hey, by the way, thank you so much, Trade Talk Farsi. I appreciate that. You can message me on X, which is @Lookner. You can also send it. The email account for the channel is agendafreetv@gmail.com. So you could do either of those. And I'm @Lookner on X. Thank you so much, Trade Talk Farsi. You know what? Give me I need about 20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds. I'm coming right back. Thank you. Thanks, by the way, to Mehdi, who says, Mehdi TT says, Iran versus world. Thank you, Joshua Bruder. R. Lee. Hey, Irish Sweetness gave 20 people memberships. That's very nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody like Irish Sweetness if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. Also, thank you to Robert. Robert thinks that the bunker bomb is already in the air over Iran, so Trump's decision is immediately followed by the drop. Or maybe you think that's what will happen, Robert. Thank you, Robert. Thanks, CC, our member. Shout out on Twitch to Buff for Eyes, Dark Crypto 800, Mistress Vampy. Thank you. Kcock 17, J Frank G. planning on continuing the coverage for a while tonight. You just don't know what'll happen. Oh, anyways, though, from what I understand, I believe the last Iranian missile launch was about 9.5 hours ago. Matt Dog thinks it's eerily quiet. Remember also that there's an internet outage in Iran. Also, reportedly, Iran has banned people filming stuff publicly in Iran, and the Iranian media is not posting, generally not posting shots of damage like they originally were. So there's much less coming out of Iran right now. There very well could be strikes going on that we just haven't heard about. Florida Catholic guy says, he said within 2 weeks, which means it could be tonight or 2 weeks from now. There are no reliable reports at all that Israel has tried to take out the Supreme Leader tonight. There are internet rumors not backed by good sourcing. There are no reliable reports I have seen that Israel has attempted to take out the Supreme Leader tonight. If I hear something different, I'll let you know. There is an unconfirmed report that Iran shot down an Israeli drone. Give me a moment. I need about 20 seconds here. I need about 20 seconds again. Hang on. I said keep this in mind as well. This is from earlier today. AP, Israel's defense minister says Iran's supreme leader cannot continue to exist after latest Iranian missile attack. Just something to keep in mind. Hey, thanks to J Rock Brooklyn. So nice of you. Also, I Hate Mondays. Thank you. Thank you, I Hate Mondays. Thank you, Happening Hapner. Happening Hapner, thank you. And I Am Buster, thank you. And Diane Rutherford, thank you. And I can't, it's a Hebrew name, thank you. PW360 sent me something from the New York Times. I couldn't find that paragraph. I don't know where it is. Must be pretty prominently there. I don't know where it is. Truth Seeker is wondering if Israel is using Azerbaijan as a launch pad for strikes. This I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Thank you for messaging in, Truth Seeker. Brandon Hill said, any missile strikes from Iran today? Well, there were 3 of them this morning. We actually covered it. We have a stream on it. One of them hit a hospital. It's a big deal. But no missile launches for about 10 hours that I'm aware of. Hang on. I'm going to eat in a moment, and then we're going to keep doing the stream. All right, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Because I got to eat at some point. So I made some food. What am I looking at here? I made some food. And I'm going to eat it now. But if while I'm eating, I'm going to leave the stream up. And if while I'm eating something big happens, I will come rushing back in here. Otherwise, I'll come back in after and we'll continue the stream. But I will have my eye on everything while I'm eating. So if there's like a missile alert or something, I'll just come in and cover it and I'll put down my food. Okay? And then my brain will be working better once I eat. So let me just... Thank you to all of our moderators again for being here. Very much appreciated. Thanks to all you guys for being here watching. Steve is... Hold on. eating. He'll be back after. Okay, I'm just gonna eat right now. I'm leaving the streams up. Again, I will keep an eye on everything while I'm eating. If there's some huge development, I will come back in immediately, all right? So I'll see you either after I eat or before if there's a big development. See you in a few. Hello, everyone. Thanks for your patience. I have eaten. I'm going to put my headphones on, my earbuds. There was a drone alert I saw. There was a drone alert for a little bit. And then Homefront Command said, oh, there's a new drone alert. New drone alert right now, I think. But I don't see it on So Far. I don't see it on the So Far app. TZOFAR, So Far Red Alert. I don't see it there. This says 2 minutes ago, but now it's not. I don't see it listed there. Did it end? Did it end already? The Air Force said the Israeli Air Force, the Israeli Defense Force said they intercepted a drone from Iran they posted 7 minutes ago they did. But sounds like there's another one. Now, with these drones showing up from Iran, does that mean there might be missiles soon? I don't know. That's the first drone alerts we've seen since we came on the air. We'll see what they say. We'll see what they say. Oh, I just saw an alert right now, right? Drone alert? New one? Or maybe I'm wrong. I'm still checking the map. I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything new on the site. Oh, is the new incident over? Homefront Command says hostile aircraft intrusion event ended. Event ended. It's 3:14 a.m. there. I don't believe any of the Iranian drones have hit Israel during this whole, however many days it's been, a week roughly. Hey, I want to say a couple thank yous here. Thank you to Vaughn on Dean on Twitch. Thank you. And J Drabble on Twitch. And Synapse Dawn on Twitch. Thank you so much. And Tack18 and Fun Size Smurf. Also, thanks Jay Stubbles for the gift subs on Twitch. Wow, that's really nice of you. Oops. Thanks also to Buff for Eyes, Dark Crypto over there on Twitch. Also, thank you to Roberto Vaca. Thank you, Roberto, so much. And thanks to our members like Angelina Knox, RN for Vets NY. Thank you, RN for Vets NY, for the gift memberships. Evan Allen, thank you. Michael Brisk, Jerry Neal, Alex X for the gift memberships, very kind of you. M Harp and Jilly Beans. M Harp and Jilly Beans, thank you. Bob the Bomb and J Rock Brooklyn, thanks. And David Martin. David says Sadra, an entity linked to Iran's proliferation-sensitive nuclear activities or Iran's development of nuclear weapon delivery systems, has facilities in the Sepidrud industrial complex. The Sepidrud industrial complex is the area that Israel issued an evacuation warning for earlier and reportedly carried out one or more strikes there. Now, I saw some unconfirmed reports online saying that there was a carbon fiber manufacturer there who may be targeted. But maybe we'll hear from Israel soon, David. They will announce what exactly they targeted there. I'm thinking they might, since they made a big deal out of the, since they announced that evacuation order publicly. They might even show a video of what they did. Thanks so much to David Martin. Also, Cherizad and Sean Edwards, thank you. Did he just post this? I don't think so. No. So, excuse me. I believe the last yes, the last missile launch from Iran, I believe, was about 11 hours ago. About 11 hours ago. Interesting. We've been hearing periodic reports of possible Israeli strikes in Iran tonight, but not a lot of information coming out of there because the internet reportedly is still down. The internet is still down. Oh, by the way, the New York Times said tonight that senior U.S. intelligence officials said that Iranian leaders were likely to shift toward producing a bomb if the American military attacked the uranium enrichment site at Fordo or if Israel killed Iran's supreme leader. Let me read that again. Senior U.S. intelligence officials said, according to the New York Times, that if Israel kills the supreme leader, or if the U.S. attacks the Fordo uranium enrichment site, in either of those cases, senior U.S. intelligence officials believe Iranian leaders will likely shift toward producing a bomb. Now, some people might think, well, weren't they producing one already? So there's this debate as to whether they were actually producing one or not. I mean, they were doing things that would be useful if they wanted a bomb. There's this question about how set were they on actually making a bomb. You know, a couple interesting things. I was looking at this article from The Economist today, talking about how this might all play out, called Where Will the Iran-Israel War End? It said some interesting things. So one thing that The Economist claims is they say that they don't think it's realistic to think that Israel can eliminate Iran's nuclear program. They say basically no matter what Israel does, Iran can still afterwards work on a nuclear weapon. They could slow it down. They could greatly lengthen the amount of time it might take. But they don't think Israel would be able to eliminate the nuclear program. You might say, well, couldn't this cause a regime change in Iran? In theory, it could. An interesting point they make is that Iran's nuclear program dates back before the Iranian Revolution, to the time of the Shah. Anyways, though, but certainly with this, they just talk about how, certainly with this, if the regime stays in place, you can, kill a lot of people and take out a lot of facilities, but that knowledge is dispersed, they say, and it's you can't count on just eliminating the program for good. So that's an interesting claim they make. They also talk about whether Trump would enter the conflict. And they talk about some of the things that could, they say that, the benefit for, a benefit of the U.S. going in is it could destroy Fordo, and it could increase the amount that Iran is set back on their nuclear course. But they talked about some of the downsides of the U.S. Going in, and they said they talked about how Iran might react to the U.S. attacking Fordo, and they talked about Iran could target American troops or American civilians, or they could send energy prices soaring by blocking the Strait of Hormuz or blasting Saudi Arabia's oil industry. That's an interesting idea. Several years ago, Israel attacked a major Saudi oil facility with drones. So there's this idea that they could specifically target Saudi Arabia's oil industry. And if you look at a map here, Saudi Arabia is right there. There's Iran, there's Saudi Arabia. And another idea, I hadn't thought of this. The Economist said that perhaps another option for Iran to retaliate would be to attack these apartment buildings, large buildings in Dubai or Qatar, where a lot of people, expatriates, Westerners might live. But that's this idea that they could attack softer targets, in Gulf states to create chaos, to affect economies. That's a whole other thing to be concerned with. I hadn't thought of that about the attacking those kind of targets. So the point is that there's significant risk of, if the U.S. gets in, of what escalation Iran would then do. But it's an interesting point. They also say, the economists, like, secret facilities and stocks of uranium might survive. Iran could have secret nuclear facilities. Maybe some of their uranium they've hidden and nobody finds. And they say the know-how definitely would. Some people who know how to do this stuff would survive. So you could have a situation where you go in now, and then a few years later you got to do it again. But it's interesting. It's an interesting perspective. The article is called "Where Will the Iran-Israel War End?" It's in The Economist. They actually argue that they think if you want to prevent Iran from ultimately getting nuclear weapons, they think the least bad path is to do talks, because I assume that's because you reach an agreement and then you just have some kind of verification system in place where they can be checked on. And you might say, talks in an agreement with Iran, how's that ever going to work? But what they're saying is all the options are bad. They're not saying it's a great option. They're saying if you think you can just go in there and bomb some stuff and their nuclear program is over, they say that's not true. But I feel like it's a very realistic look at the different options, which I think is quite interesting, even if you don't agree with the conclusion. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of when Israel was attacked by Hamas, and then Israel said, and I remember they said it again and again and again, we're gonna make it so that Hamas can never threaten us again. And didn't they say they were gonna eliminate Hamas, right? And it's like, it just seemed like an unrealistic goal. Like, how are you gonna do that? I mean, you could severely degrade them. It kind of reminds me, if Israel goes in and says, we're gonna eliminate, their nuclear program. Well, as long as there's people there who know how to do it, you haven't really, and a desire to do it, you haven't really, and if you go in and then you leave and you're not going to stay there, they're not even in there. There's not even a force in there. It's all air power pretty much. How can you eliminate it? So there's the rhetoric and then what you've actually accomplished. We actually talked about this a couple days ago. I was saying, well, even if the U.S. blows up Fordo, does that really eliminate the nuclear program there? Hawk Sisti says you keep bombing every time they rebuild it. Well, another issue is that I've read some articles is that, you know, there has been some degree of international observation of the Iranian program so far, some degree. The idea would be is that after this, they might just go completely underground and just no international observation, do it all underground, not have any degree of openness about it. And so now maybe you can keep tabs on it through intelligence, but maybe you can't. But if you want to look it up, the article is called "Where Will the Iran-Israel War End?" It's in The Economist. Iron Butterfly says hopefully delays it. Yeah, so you know that is the big benefit of attacking the physical nuclear infrastructure, and also I would think taking out nuclear scientists certainly could delay things. But there's the benefits to Israel, but they're in the U.S., but also the possible negatives. Eric Billiter, I do not know if enriched material at Fordo has been moved or not. It's a fair question. I do not know. Thank you, Eric Billiter, by the way. I appreciate it. Thanks also to Hevlush and TMS. And hey, you know, our viewer Arlander sent 20 memberships to people in the YouTube chat. So thank you so much, Arlander. It's so nice of you. Thanks, Ronald Kane. Thanks, Savrino Prengioni. Savrino says, if Israel doesn't get what it wants, the Samson option is going to be a reality. Wikipedia says the Samson option is Israel's deterrence strategy of massive retaliation with nuclear weapons as a last resort against a country whose military has invaded and or destroyed much of Israel. You're saying that, I think you're saying something like if Iran got a nuclear weapon, then the deterrent would be Israel's own nuclear weapons. Thanks, Accedi, for your support. Thank you, Dewey, for the gift memberships. Thank you. Also, Marilyn Riley. Thank you. But I think the Hamas, the Israel war with Hamas, is a useful thing to look at because it's just a case where, certainly understandably, Israel wanted to strike back at Hamas, but the kind of rhetoric Israel used about their goals in that campaign where are we 20 months later? Hamas is still there. They're greatly weakened, but they're still there. There's no agreed upon plan to deal with the situation in Gaza. That place has just been utterly destroyed. There's still 2 million people living there in horrible conditions. And so that's what, there's the going in and fighting, but now you have that. And so similarly here, you have the bombing things now, but what comes after? What comes after it? Bruins fan says it takes the citizen population to revolt. The Economist talks about perhaps part of the Israeli plan is to have the citizens revolt, but there's no guarantee that's going to happen. Thank you, TMS says, couldn't North Korea send Iran 2 or 5 nuclear warheads? I mean, I'm not an expert on that stuff, but I would think that would like maybe put that's the kind of thing that other countries would look at and then say like, can we even let this person stay in power? That would be an existential threat to other countries. I think that would be Kim putting his own regime at risk. They switched the they switched the Tel Aviv shot for the moment. I don't know. I think maybe sometimes that other Tel Aviv shot goes down and then comes back up. Anyways, for the moment they switched the Tel Aviv shot. Then Modine is still there, but it's kind of dark. I should brighten the Modine one up. That's a little better, right? From Modine there? Okay. Somehow the chat here froze on me. I got to unfreeze it. The chat here froze on me. I got to... Chat froze. Unfreezing it now. Shout out to our moderators. Beth Mythical is modding. Thank you, Beth. On YouTube. Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, and Paul Anderson on Facebook. Thank you. Thanks, Ralph Stallworth, for subscribing, too. And Aaron Van Ness, and Margaret Riley, and Chuck Mosca, and Kay. Thanks to our Twitch moderators. Thank you. Big Ball of Yarn, I got that fire. Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Mick Bridges, Sarah Surlydev, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Just checking some different updates here. The IDF says they continue intercepting threats. 2 additional drones were intercepted. So in the last hour, Israel says it intercepted 3 drones launched from Iran. Three drones intercepted. One of these cameras has weird sound on it. Not that one. Is it the Haifa one? Must be the other one. Oh, it was the it's the Modine feed. I don't even know if the other 2 have sound on them. Oh, a little bit. Thank you H&W and also TMS and Michael Brisk for the gift memberships. Thank you, TMS. TMS says North Korea giving Iran nukes is only a crazy idea. I know it's not so serious. Thank you. I saw... The Washington Post says, Trump dials back war talk, sees more time for diplomacy. They say White House officials are watching European talks with Iran scheduled for Friday, as Trump said suggested he would wait to let discussions unfold. They say in recent days, Trump's comments on Iran have been less warlike. Monday, he had said, immediately evacuate Tehran. People should immediately evacuate Tehran. The Washington Post says Trump's assertion of a 2-week deadline follows a long-standing pattern. On multiple topics over the years, he has said he would make a decision in 2 weeks. Often that period comes and goes without any final action. Trump most recently sent a public 2-week deadline in late May in response to reporters asking when he would be able to determine how serious Russian President Putin was about ending the war with Ukraine. There's no guarantee it will be within 2 weeks. Could be. Trump has made a total surrender of Iran's enrichment capacity his central demand. Tehran has previously rejected that idea, insisting that under international treaties it has the right to enrich nuclear fuel for civilian use. But administration officials think the pounding Iran has received from days of bombing and the prospect that U.S. could join the attack may have changed that position. Excuse me. The Sports Dawn says 2 weeks is a long time in war. Basketball Clips and Tips says, I thought it was raps after Trump's evaluation post. How about when he left G7 early? Dr. McRib says some people think Fordo will be bombed this weekend, so the market isn't too affected by Monday open. Hey, Stephen Inocencio. That's so nice of you, Stephen. Thank you for all your support. Stephen Inocencio, thank you. Also, Gordon Gott. Gordon says Israel never attacked Saudi Arabia oil fields with drones. Iran did 2019. Yeah, I mentioned that a little earlier. Thank you also, M.H. Seneca. Thank you, M.H. Seneca. I appreciate it. And there is someone who sent a behind the scenes sticker. Thank you. I can't read the name, but thank you. Oh, did I say Israel? You know, once in a while I just make a mistake and I don't realize. Once in a while I say the wrong word and I don't realize it. So I guess I said, I clearly did not mean this. I guess I misspoke and said Israel sent drones to bomb Saudi Arabia a few years ago, oil facility. It was clearly Iran and not Israel. Sorry about that. Thanks, Gordon, for letting me know. Yeah, once in a while, and I don't even catch it. And then somebody says 10 minutes later, you said, and I was like, I don't at all remember not saying the wrong thing. AP says Iran has long maintained its nuclear program is for peaceful purposes, but it is the only non-nuclear weapon state to enrich uranium up to 60%, a short technical step away from weapons grade levels of 90%. The Israeli air campaign has targeted Iran's enrichment site at Natanz, centrifuge workshops around Tehran, a nuclear site in Isfahan, and what the army assesses to be most of Iran's ballistic missile launchers. And other targets. Thank you, R. Twilly and Albeit Kaban. Yeah, this so far has been, of all the nights that we've been on for covering this story, obviously the one with the least amount of big updates so far. I mean, things can change, but no question. I do wonder, and I wonder, how often. There's a lot of talk that Iran might be running a little low on missiles. How often will they keep doing missile strikes? They could do one a day if they wanted to. They could do as many or little as they want. I hope we get the other Tel Aviv camera back. I don't know where it went. I actually have another Tel Aviv camera, but I can put that up if we need it. USMC says there really are no schedule rules. There's an article in the Wall Street Journal today entitled, Israel's War is Costing Hundreds of Millions of Dollars a Day. And they say the biggest cost to Israel is the interceptors. The interceptors can cause Israel between tens of millions to $200 million per day. The David Sling system, which shoots down missiles in Israel, according to the Wall Street Journal, costs $700,000 each time it is activated, and uses 2 interceptors. The Arrow 3 system costs around $4 million per interception. Also, F-35 jet fighters, what does it say here? Cost $10,000 per hour of flight time. This is in Israel. And this is for Israel. And remember, they've been fighting for 20 months, different wars. Well, one of our viewers says costing the U.S. taxpayer. You're saying because the U.S. will help them some. What I'm going to do right now is take Barry mentions maintenance. Hey, give me just 1 minute here. I'm just going to take 1 minute. I'm coming right back in 1 minute. We'll continue. Thank you. Oh, the camera. We got the Tel Aviv camera issue. I got to get the other Tel Aviv camera up. Hang on. Tel Aviv camera coming. Okay. Let's see here. They are having an issue with the Tel Aviv camera. I have a different Tel Aviv camera. All right, here's how we're going to do this. It sounded like thunder. Was that on this camera? That would have been the Haifa camera. Unless that wasn't thunder. I think that was the Haifa camera. All right, hang on. Let me get the other Let me get the Tel Aviv camera up. Okay, hang on here. We hearing planes flying over in Haifa? Is that from Haifa? What are we hearing? No, I'm hearing it in my headphones. I think the only camera you're hearing now is Haifa. Maybe you're hearing planes from Haifa. All right, I'm getting the. I gotta fix this. I gotta fix the Tel Aviv shot. All right, I have the Tel Aviv shot to put on. Here we go. Coming up, Tel Aviv. It's right here, but I gotta make it brighter. No, that's not it. That's not it. Hang on. Everything's falling apart here. There it is. I found the Tel Aviv stream. One moment. That's not Modine, that's Tel Aviv. So we're going to put this one back there. That's Tel Aviv. Then we have, that's Haifa there. And then the other one I'll put up is Jerusalem, which is here. Nope, that's not what I want to do. It's too loud. Hang on. Why am I not seeing that one? Oh, here. Oh, that's... Oh, hold on. I know what I did. I'm an idiot. Hang on. It's all going to make sense. Okay, so we have Haifa. We're going to have Haifa here. There's Haifa. Then we're going to have Jerusalem on the other one. I'm sorry this is taking so long. It's a little confusing with all of these. Cameras. We're almost there. I'm going to move this up a little bit. I think this is the longest it's ever taken me to switch cameras. Okay. There you go. I saw something from the Institute for the Study of War I wanted to mention. Because some people have said, oh, it's quiet tonight, which I certainly understand you saying that. The Institute for the Study of War said, that's understandingwar.org. It's a very good website with military analysis. They said, ISW, that we have observed fewer reports of Israeli airstrikes from social media accounts based in Iran, which likely reflects widespread internet disruptions in Iran rather than an actual decrease in Israeli airstrikes. An internet monitoring group reported that Iran is currently facing a near total internet shutdown. So they don't think that there's fewer airstrikes going on in Iran. It's just that you're not hearing about them. That's what they said. David Gray says we can't get intel. Oops, I'm missing an R. Lithrone says those strikes need to be seen. D. Matheson says Iran probably figured out with today's daylight launch that they had more success per missile shot. I don't know why. It's a great question. Man, I'm hearing so many dogs barking. Were those strikes this morning by Israel more successful than the usual? I'm trying to shut off the dog. All right, that's the Jerusalem, is the dogs are on the Jerusalem camp. I mean, there were 30 missiles fired earlier today, and 3 of them made direct hits. Remember last year, there were a couple different times, and the first strike this year where it was 100 or more missiles. No, one of our viewers said cluster munitions. Israel only said they used 1 missile with cluster munitions. And I don't believe that was any of the missiles that actually made the direct hits. Honest Brothers Studios said that CNN has a reporter in Iran who is hearing a lot of anti-air fire. Yeah, they actually have a reporter there. I think is it Fred Pleitgen who's there? But I do wonder, I don't know, I do wonder if Israel or Iran is doing something differently with the missile strikes. It's actually almost, it's probably daylight in Iran, right? Tehran, when is Tehran sunrise? (4:49 a.m.). So in 10 minutes it'll be sunrise in Iran. Usama Javed says, why are we not seeing any missiles today? Well, they might be low on missiles. Maybe they figure that they already had some successful strikes today, so conserve them for later. I don't know. Did I thank Tom Lewis? Tom Lewis and David Martin, thank you. And Bernard49. Could using a bunker buster on the underground facility cause a nuclear incident by releasing material from inside to the air? I think I was reading something about that earlier. Oh, but it's not a reactor. That's a enrichment plant. Reuters said a senior research fellow at London think tank RUSI, Daria Dolzikova, said attacks on facilities that are at the front end of the nuclear fuel cycle, where uranium is prepared for use in a reactor, pose primarily chemical, not radiological risks. So the idea was that the risk would not come from, as you say, nuclear material. It would come from a chemical that's produced when uranium hexafluoride interacts with water vapor and produces harmful chemicals. Whereas a strike on a reactor at Bushehr would, and that's an active reactor, would cause radioactive elements to be released through a plume of volatile materials or into the sea, said an expert they talked to. Another expert that Reuters talked to said an attack on the one working Iranian nuclear plant, Bushehr, could cause an absolute radiological catastrophe. But he said attacks on enrichment facilities like Natanz or Fordo were unlikely to cause significant off-site consequences. Before uranium goes into a nuclear reactor, it is barely radioactive, he said. We mentioned also that, hold on a second here. Countries like Qatar, Bahrain, and Kuwait get all of their water, drinking water, from the Persian Gulf. They desalinate it. So if there's some sort of accident, if Bushehr plant, which is on the other side of the Persian Gulf, if the Bushehr nuclear plant, which is on the other side of the Persian Gulf, gets attacked, it could severely impact those countries. We were talking about that earlier. An expert said coastal desalination plants, where you take the salt out of water, are especially vulnerable to regional hazards like oil spills and potential nuclear contamination, he said. So that would be a huge deal. If Israel attacks the one working nuclear plant in Iran, Bushehr nuclear power plant, which is on the Persian Gulf, that would be a huge deal. That's a huge, huge deal if that happens. See, it's right. It's in there. Suwei says if that nuclear plant gets attacked, the waters in the Persian Gulf can be contaminated. A couple people on YouTube said they got ads. If you do, it's a mistake. I don't turn ads on during the stream. I don't, during the live stream when we're live, I don't turn them on in the middle of the stream. I don't put them on in the middle of the stream. You get one, I think you can get it when you start the stream. But I apologize if you're getting in the middle of the stream. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just YouTube messing up. I don't do it on any of the platforms. I don't put ads on in the middle of the stream. I don't do it. While you're live, you shouldn't get one in the middle of the stream. If you do, I would suggest writing to YouTube or Facebook or whatever and telling them that and saying, why am I getting ads? He doesn't put ads on in the middle of his stream. Because I don't. So I'm sorry if you do, but maybe write to them and tell them you're getting it. But you should not be getting any during the stream, in the middle of the stream. Omega, our viewer, Omega, sorry, I'll tell you who it was. Omega Kind Scene thinks Trump is hoping everything blows over after 2 weeks and people move on. Thanks, by the way, to Albeat Kaban for the membership. That's so nice of you. Also, Choctaw Native. Thanks for the gift memberships, Choctaw Native. Tom Lewis, I've heard nothing at all to suggest the Supreme Leader has been attacked. Nothing reliable at all. There were a bunch of internet rumors with no good sourcing claiming that Israel attacked the Supreme Leader tonight. I've heard nothing reliable all night about that. Nothing I would consider credible. As I said earlier. By the way, I think the sun is coming up in Iran. Oh, thanks so much to AZ Intel's dad. Is it really AZ Intel's dad? Thank you so much. Also, Chris Kubako. Thanks, Chris. That's really nice of you. And I don't know what's going to happen day to day with this, you know. There could be all kinds of things. USMC thinks it is too quiet. Yes, the strikes that hit this morning, the missile strikes, were at around 7 a.m. Israel time. But I think between the internet blackout in Iran, reducing the amount coming out from there, and the fact that President Trump has said 2 weeks today, rather than people think he was going to decide at any moment, that probably affects things a lot. Superhero says possible, or he just wants to keep everyone in suspense and get the attention. Faytux Network mentioned that Trump posted on True Social. Where? Why am I not seeing any new? I don't see any new posts. I don't see any new posts myself. I don't see it. I'm on True Social right now looking. Oh, hold on. Nope. Oh no, he posted. It's a post of somebody else talking. It looks like some of his posts on True Social are like reposts of other stuff. So I don't pay those as much mind to those. There's a repost on his account of a Fox News broadcast where somebody is saying that Trump is not afraid to take out Forgo. Forgo, it should be Fordo. Thanks, nah, but you gotta obey the rules of the chat. What'll happen is maybe right when I go off the air, there'll be some kind of big news. But it's fine because I can always jump back on the air and cover big news if it happens. We'll give it a little while longer and see if anything pops up. Sun comes up in an hour and 10 minutes in Tel Aviv, by the way. Oh, I got the original Tel Aviv stream back. Hey guys, the Tel Aviv stream, the original one is back. Hang on a moment, check it out. Check it out. Oopsie. Hold on. Is it the same one? Might be the same one as the other one. Well, either way. Now what's happening? Hold on a second. Oh, I see. Yeah, that Tel Aviv cam is better than the previous one. No, there has not been any missile attacks during the stream. Hey, thank you, Nah. I accept your apology. Nah, thank you. Unknown musician, thank you. I don't know if the missile strikes are weather dependent at all. I don't recall it really raining since we've been watching it. So they clearly can fire them when it's not raining. But I don't know if it's raining, if that affects things. It's a good question. That's a whole interesting question about missiles colliding with rain. There's some different articles about it. Yes, Israel has launched some airstrikes today on Iran. Kojak, I believe the ballistic missiles take like 10 to 12 minutes to get to Israel from Iran. The ballistic missiles, which is what they've been firing. Thank you, Kojak. Has Iran given up? I don't think Iran's given up, but I think they might be conserving their missiles. Maybe also Iran is concerned that if they bring out their launchers, they'll get shot by Israel. So they want to do it fewer times. Thanks, LL, by the way. I appreciate it, LL. Thank you. When will the internet be back in Iran? I have absolutely no idea. I don't know if they're just going to keep it down for the duration. It's up to the government there, but I don't know. Erroneous Batch says no ceasefire, please. We're so close to a free Persia and Iranian proxies losing their sugar daddy. Thanks, by the way, to Philip Jenkins. It's very nice of you, Philip. Thank you. Oh, I just saw a writer with the New York Times posted a link to his article. It's the article in the New York Times. I'll post the link in the chat. I guess it's a gift link, so you should all be able to read it. But it says, U.S. spy agencies assess Iran remains undecided on building a bomb. But it also says, senior U.S. intelligence officials said that if Iranian leaders were likely to shift toward producing a bomb. Sorry. I messed that up. The New York Times is reporting senior U.S. intelligence officials said Iranian leaders were likely to shift toward producing a bomb if the American military attacked the uranium enrichment site Fordo or if Israel killed Iran's supreme leader. Thanks to John Jacques. I was just, Bloomberg is still mentioning the possibility of a weekend strike. They mentioned this yesterday. Bloomberg says senior U.S. officials have been preparing for the possibility of a strike on Iran. People familiar with the matter said, with some pointing to potential plans for a weekend strike. Now, that was being reported yesterday. Changed his mind. I wonder if when he was coming back from G7, he really thought we're going to do it. Hold on a second here. I'm looking at something. Thanks also Reggio and Isabella and MK. Thank you. And Wonton 8888 and Arrow Pitura and Kojak. Arrow Pitura says Israel has been running low on their interceptors and Iran is running low on missiles. Can this really go on for 2 weeks more with this intensity? Well, maybe not. There have been articles floating around about how they're both running out of, missiles and projectiles, missiles, interceptors. Thanks, Cal Reeves, as well. Cal Reeves guarded some desalination plants when he was deployed in the Middle East. Said the countries in the Gulf have their own desalination plants. Thanks, Cal Reeves, for your service. Thanks, India Comparison, as well. And LL. OSIN Technical said smoke and fire reported south of where? Oh, Rasht. Yeah, it's the place where Israel had ordered an evacuation order before. I'm trying to figure out what to do. I'm not going to stay on indefinitely if I don't have updates, but at the same time, I feel like it's possible that sometimes Iran has launched stuff around sunrise time, end of the evening. So I don't want to abandon the stream and then have that happen. It feels like they're due. Am I right in that it hasn't happened the whole time we've been on the air? Yeah. I could probably go until the sun comes up in like an hour. Bird Beast thinks something is up. Hey, thanks, Mouse. Mouse thinks Iran will leave things unless Israel escalates further. Iran will now likely have a secret WMD program, even if they didn't before, thinks Mouse. Some other people think that too. Israel at some point is going to attack because, like in some kind of significant way, because of the airstrikes, because of the missile strikes this morning. They have said that. Was there a State Department press briefing today? Did I miss it? I didn't see it being televised anywhere. I didn't see anything about one. No, I think AFP has a weird... They posted something on AFP about it, but I don't think there is one, or there was one. Wow, @#hashtag gave 50 memberships. That's so nice of you. Make sure you thank @hashtag. 50 memberships. That's super nice of you. Thank you. I'll keep the stream going until sunrise Israel time. I commit to doing that. I'll keep it going till sunrise Israel time. I'm not going to commit till after that. It's just kind of the nature of this story that you don't know when things will happen. I mean, yesterday we were on in the morning and then the missile attack happened. Now, I didn't know in advance it was going to happen then. It did. So the point is sort of to cover it and be around for when stuff happens. So we'll stay on until at least the sun comes up. Starting to see it a little in Haifa. But I'm sorry we don't have a lot of big developments for you, because I know you prefer when there's more news, but, you know, I can't control the news. Roger Shoemaker says it will be up in about an hour. This might be the first night they go without a missile launch during the nighttime. Thanks to Anthony Colleen Rivas and Eshan. Hold on a second here. Eshan Saka Amini. From Malaysia, and Murakami, and Nurse C. Mack, and Cubert. Cubert says any word where the Iranian refugees fled once they evacuated? Oh, you mean people from Tehran? I don't know where people who left the capital, Tehran, I don't know where they went. Some people left because of the bombing in Tehran. I don't know if any people left because of Trump's threats. William Wildaki says, perhaps Iran changing strategies, daytime attacks. One of our other viewers was saying that. I don't know. Nathaniel says, might be harder to see the missiles with the sun glare. Yeah, one of the viewers was saying, could it be harder to shoot them down in the daytime? I have no idea. But, you know, as one of the viewers said, if they were successful with some direct hits during the day, maybe they'll want to launch some more during the day. No idea. Stephen Whitaker says, I don't think interceptors care if it's daytime or nighttime. Mike says they use infrared, so it does not matter. Thanks, Ernesto Arribas. Cut the BS thinks there might be a deal in the works, and that's why it's calm. Really? That's a bold prediction. A deal in the works? You never know. I mean, they just bombed a hospital. They just had a direct hit on a hospital, Iran. Michael Lauzon thinks that there are going to be missiles fired. I was just checking a few of the messages here. I appreciate people writing in with news tips that they see. I do my best to check them all out. Sometimes it gets delayed. Ecalb Andrew thinks that maybe Trump is basically giving Israel 2 weeks to do whatever they want because Iran will think they have to save weapons, save missiles for if the Israel gets in, for if America gets involved. Although I showed a post from Tyler Rogaway, who's a military expert, who said that if the U.S. got involved, the most important weapons would be more short-range missiles instead of the long-range ones they fire at Israel. So the missiles they might use to get back at the U.S. are, in theory, different than the ones they've been firing at Israel. Starting to see some light here. Are we going to have the first night without a missile launch overnight? Sort of like a milestone. I mean a missile launch. Oh wow, thanks so much to CAC813, so kind of you. CAC813, Erroneous Batch, Orbus. Orbus thinks they decided to start early in the day rather than be up all night. Maybe they think Israel is looking out for that more during the day, like looking out for their launchers or something. I don't know. No idea. Thanks, the Desk Chicken. CAC813, thank you. Mouse CA. Mouse CA says unpredictability of launch times could be used to keep the public on high alert. Right, Mouse is saying that if they want to cause disturbance in Israel and concern, they wouldn't stick to the same schedule every day. Thank you, Mouse from Canada. Thanks also to CAC813. So nice of you. Wow, so nice of you. And Tyler Reynolds as well. Whoa. Very kind of you guys. Thank you. Also, Dream Squad HD. Yeah, it is interesting, Dream Squad HD, that CNN is allowed to go there and have somebody in Tehran. I mean, I'm sure they're limited what they can show, but it is interesting. Thanks, Kristen Hampshire, our member. Delaware Sasquatch, who thinks maybe they're switching the kind of missiles they're using.
24 e 25.
Thanks, Demetrius Vam. Yeah, I mentioned earlier that there's some unconfirmed reporting suggesting that Israel targeted that site that they had issued an evacuation order before, which some people online said was a carbon fiber factory. But we'll see if Israel confirms that. Thanks, Demetrius Vam. I'm going to just take a minute here. Give me 1 minute. As we watch the sun come up, give me 1 minute. All right. 1 minute, coming right back. Oh, I'm going to have to put this down because now you can't see the camera. I'll put it right down here. There we go. Hey, the sun's coming up. Look at this on our different cameras. The sun is coming up. Oh, thanks to Lux Day, who mentioned that NetBlocks had posted again. I had missed this before. Update on the internet outage on the government shutting down the internet in Iran. NetBlocks says Iran has now been disconnected from the global internet for 36 hours. Live metrics show national connectivity remains in the low few percent of ordinary levels, with only a handful of users able to connect via multi-hop VPNs. Look at this. Look at the percentages. It just dropped. The government shut it down. They shut it down. People can't use the internet there. Probably hurts people's businesses too. Is this because they don't want people sharing images of all the destruction in the country? Is it because they don't want people talking about that things are not going well in the country? I don't know. I can think of different reasons. Or organizing protests. Some of our viewers have talked about these things too. I mean, it would be a way of not having people share, hey, look, this building was destroyed or something. Or complaining. Candy says it's about control. Now, when they did it, they claimed they were doing it because because Israel was somehow using the Iranian internet for their own purposes. That's what they said, but I don't know about that idea. Look at how pretty the shot of Tel Aviv is. Hey, thanks, Casey Steve. Casey Steve says every day Israel reduces the risk to U.S. should the decision to go in be given. Waiting gives diplomacy a slim chance while Israel continues to degrade Iran's ability to respond. Yeah, we had read a post from Tyler Rogaway earlier that said something like that, saying that giving more time would allow Israel more time to degrade Iran's capacity. Although I don't know, I don't know that right now Iran has any kind of significant capacity to shoot down American B-2 or something. I don't know, but I don't know how big a practical difference extra degradation is going to make to like a U.S. attack on Fordo. It does give diplomacy a chance, as you say, Casey Steve. Thank you so much, Casey Steve. Cheyenne Yazdi, thank you, thinks they're trying to control the narrative inside Iran, as well as stopping from images to get in from outside. That's also another good point, is stopping communication with the outside world. And you're also controlling a narrative about how the war is going and all that. Thanks, G. Leatherman. And thanks, Cheyenne. And thanks, JJ, the peace and love guy. Thank you, JJ. He says, lives can be so different all over the world. H&W, thank you, who says moonless sky on June 25th. I don't know that would play any kind of role. I have no idea if that would play any kind of role in planning this operation. Thanks, India Comparison. Mama 457 Rose. Polly Wally Golly. JPC 1982. Oopsie. Shout out to RJ, who's modding over there. Thanks, RJ. Appreciate it. Shout out also to I Got That Fire on Twitch. Mark HNC, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev modding there. Thank you. Margaret Riley, Charlotte Webb, Paul Anderson. Thank you. Thanks, Lou Knight, for subscribing over there on Facebook. Shannon Davis Hughes as well. And Margaret Riley. And our other subscribers. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha moderating on X. Thanks. RJ, who's modding over there. Thanks, RJ. Fars State Media in Iran just said, the Friday of Anger and Victory March will be held today after Friday prayers across the provinces of Iran. It's time for the Iranian people to be angry. They say it was last Friday that Israel attacked Iran. Now today, people across Iran will march against the Israeli oppression and brutality. This is what the state media is saying. American Foreigner says, will we go 24 hours without missiles? I think the last one was about 13 hours ago. Thank you, Bonnie Newsy. Bonnie Newsy for the gift membership. So nice of you. And David. And Zach Hudson. And Jesus is Lord. And Captain Obvious. Also, I owe a thanks to Laura Martin, G. Leatherman, and Shade Tree Mechanics. Hey, thanks, Shade Tree Mechanics, who gave some gift memberships out. That's nice of you. And Jimmy P. Wow, so kind of you guys. Thanks for supporting the channel. I really appreciate that. Jimmy P. John Horner. Thank you, John Horner and Jimmy P. And Christopher Sievers. Could it be true about, could the rumors be true about the strikes about Ayatollah's bunker? I don't see why, because I'm pretty confident that if Israel had attacked the supreme leader's bunker and killed him, we would be hearing something from somebody about it, and something would be going on. Aside from internet rumors. Usually when those things happen, you start hearing about it. And not just internet rumors. That's my thought. Feel free to prove me wrong, but OSINT technical point. I don't know. I can't read into this, but OSINT technical was mentioning some big cargo plane was flying somewhere. Is this the one he mentioned? RCH 2097. Oh, maybe it already flew. I don't even know. Thanks, Christopher Johnson and Snolly007 and Miss Kitty for the gift membership. So kind of you. And Lola P for the gift memberships. Thank you. I think it's going to be the first night since last week without a missile launch. It really looks like it's going to be. James is watching in the UK. AP says Israeli airstrikes reached in the city of Rasht on the Caspian Sea early Friday, said Iranian media. The Israeli military had warned the public to flee the area around Rasht's industrial city, southwest of the city's downtown. But, says AP, with Iran's internet shut off to the outside world, it's unclear just how many people could see the evacuation message. Thanks to Razor Sharp, who says IAF tracked England's F-35B very easily. Do you mean it was trackable on flight radar? I'm confused. But thank you, Razor Sharp. If you want, you can go to flightradar24.com. You can set a filter for military planes. These are all... Are these all? Yeah, these are all military or government planes. Anyways. Flightradar24.com. Thanks, Shogunate Vizard. Thank you. And Paul J. ISNA, Iranian media is claiming, we heard this earlier, Iranian media is claiming that Iran shot down an Israeli drone. That's the second time tonight it's been reported. Iran shot down a drone a couple days ago. There are multiple reports that Iran did that again. Now, I haven't seen that confirmed, but they might have. So I'm interested to see if that's true. I went to the IRNA. Oh, the IRNA website doesn't work. I went to the IRNA website to see what Iranian state media is posting, which is an Iranian website, and then it's like, oh, the website doesn't work because the internet's down. Oh. So I can't go to the Iranian websites, the Iranian news sites that I go to that are in Iran. I bet they all don't work. I was like, why isn't it working? Well, there's no internet. Kengol says no internet. Let's try this other site. I'm trying another website in Iran. I bet it won't work. I was trying to find a story about the drone. Nope. The websites, the various Iranian websites I would check for news, they all don't work because the internet's down. How about that? Al Jazeera says Iran's ISNA news agency claims that Iranian air defenses shot down an Israeli drone in Shorabad, south of Tehran. Did I find it here? Hold on. Yes, ISNA, Iran news outlet ISNA says the army's air defenses destroyed an Israeli drone in the Shorabad, Karazak area in Ray City. That's what they say. Casey says no bombs tonight. Well, no missiles. Israel's conducted some attacks. Oh, thanks, Thomas Uhlendorf from Germany. Hey, Thomas, that's really nice of you. Thanks for watching in Germany. I appreciate that. Thanks also, Jonathan DIY. Thank you, Jonathan. I think Jonathan is posting about Israel allegedly killing people in Gaza in some incident from the past day. I haven't looked it up. By the way, thanks, War Thunder Shorts and Clips. War Thunder Shorts and Clips, thank you. Oh, thanks, Razor Sharp. I see your... Oh, Razor Sharp said there was a report that a stealth fighter was tracked by who? The Iranian Air Force? The Israeli Air Force? It's a little tangential to our topic. The Indian Air Force. I see. Economic Climb says Indian Air Force has a story about Indian Air Force detecting the UK's F-35B jet. It says, has India cracked the stealth code? That I don't know. I know nothing about this. Thank you, though. Razor Sharp. Also, Kef Supreme Leader of Yardley. Thank you, Shrimp Wagon. Maybe more emojis one day. Shrimp Wagon, thank you. Patgirl58, Paul J. We're going to give it a few more minutes. I said I would stay on until the sun comes up, even though it's been pretty quiet during our broadcast. I said I would stay on till the sun comes up. I'm staying true to my word. Hugo says, war only lasted 6 days. I am guessing there will be a bunch more. Look, there's still airstrikes going on. There were plenty of airstrikes we were vaguely hearing about in Iran. We're just not seeing them. The internet's off there. So there's clearly strike. Well, I mean, actually, here, remember this, Israel actually evacuated an area and reportedly took out a carbon fiber plant. So, but we don't have video of it. You know, if there was a live stream of the carbon fiber plant, you'd probably be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they're blowing this thing up. It's such destruction. But you don't see it, you know, so it seems like there's nothing going on. But I think there's plenty happening in Iran. You're just not seeing it. Oh, the Haifa cam looks good. Hey, this is like the first time we've been able to see the Haifa cam like this in a while. See? We couldn't see it like this yesterday. So basically the Haifa cam is back. It was all pointed up in the sky yesterday, so it's good to have. Why is the Jerusalem cam so off? I'm sorry, the Jerusalem cam should be fixed. Hold on a second here. I'm sorry, I messed up the Jerusalem camera. Stupid. I wasn't paying attention. I mean, it was the right camera, it's just I didn't have it set up right. That's clearly not it. There it is. That's better. Sorry about that. As Faytuck's network mentioned, President Trump has a national security meeting in the Oval Office scheduled tomorrow for 11 a.m. I just saw it on the schedule myself. Hey, thanks, by the way, so much to Lisa Baptist. Thank you, Lisa. And Brian Beelman. Thank you, Brian. Brian says, we as people never learn to be together. Thank you, Baron Jonas Abe from Munich, Germany. Thanks for watching from Munich, Baron. Also, Pack Wars. Do I have any information about the bunker missile hit on the supreme leader of Iran today? My information is that there was never any reliable information it was happening. These accounts online would post this stuff with no sourcing of it. No reliable source posted it. Everybody kept repeating everybody else, and I still have no information from any kind of reliable source that it happened. And it reminds me of 3 days ago when everybody online was yelling and screaming about how Fordo had been attacked, and nobody was providing any good sourcing of it, and that was just false. So if it turns out to be false again, I hope you maybe adjust the way you draw conclusions from the sources you're looking at. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be picking on Pack Wars. This has been 7 hours of people. I'm not exaggerating. It's been 7 hours of people saying this. Look, we as citizens of the world need to be discerning consumers of information. it's important for us to be able to sort through the info out there and know what's worth believing and what's just rumor. That's important. Because if we don't, then anyone can just basically make us believe anything they want us to believe. So that's why I get frustrated about it. But I do appreciate it, Pack Wars. Thank you for your support. Pack Wars probably hates me now. It wasn't you. It was the 7 hours of it happening. Thank you, WW2 Patch Guy. Appreciate it. Razor Sharp. I'll have to keep an eye on that story, Razor Sharp. Oops, Facebook ended. I'll have to restart Facebook now. Justin D said it as well. Yeah, it's kind of, Justin said FK-35B made emergency landing in India. It's a little bit off topic for this broadcast, just to be clear. Maybe I can direct people to a story about it if I see it. Thank you, Justin D. I appreciate that. Just to be clear, though, I probably won't pursue the story on this broadcast. Oh, I see some people made videos about it a couple days ago. All right, if you want to, you can look up story Times of India. IAF confirms emergency landing of UK's F-35B fighter at their airport. Anyways, I'm not going to cover it here because I don't really see a big connection to this story. But you can Google it. Oh, I was going to restart Facebook. Oops. No, Facebook is still going. Oh, I guess it just ended Facebook. It just ended. Oh, did I restart it? Oh, I might have restarted. Let's try this again. Not even paying attention to what I'm doing. Okay. I think we're good. Thank you to Wungus Birdlegs. Thank you. Also, Casey Rich. Thanks, Casey. I appreciate that. Thanks for spreading the word. Rotan Lova. Thank you. Dripped Out Outlaw. Thank you. Says the truth always wins. Damon Reinhardt. Thank you. Baron Jones Abay. Thanks for the gift memberships. Thank you, I Am Fatness. And Sentient Streaming. Thank you. Guys, we're getting close to sunrise. We're getting very close to sunrise. That's when I said I'd stay on until. Al Jazeera quotes Kremlin spokesperson as saying those who talk about assassinating the supreme leader, Khamenei, should realize they are opening a Pandora's box. Kremlin spokesman. According to Al Jazeera, Kremlin spokesman says assassinating the supreme leader will lead to a backlash from within Iran and the emergence of an extremist mood within the country. Sounds like Kremlin spokesperson is trying to discourage an assassination of the supreme leader. Oh, thank you, Pack Wars. Sorry, Pack Wars. I didn't mean to call you out. I appreciate it, Pack Wars. My bad. Thanks for being understanding. You and your wife. That's Pack Wars. Oh, that camera got all dark on me. Why? They got to fix this camera. Maybe they're going to fix it. I got to brighten it up, I think. Oh, there you go. Thanks, Baron Jonas Abe. Thanks, Mary Termini. Thanks, Filter Troll. And Bunsen Rockenstone. And Sobek. Hold on. The Mr. Richard says China has started to speak about their special interests in the region. They want to supply their missile materials to Iran. Is that true? There's an article from France 24 saying that the cargo planes, which look like they're flying from China to Iran, aren't really doing that. I don't really have the energy at this point to get all into that again, but I'm going to post a link to the article for you in the chat right now, the France 24 article. You can read it. It says, watch out for flight tracking images showing Chinese cargo planes landing in Iran. That's what it says. A whole article about it. There were barely any drone alerts tonight, overnight. Cal Rule asked about Israeli restrictions on reporting stuff. So, I mean, look, the Israeli press reports from the sites of when missiles hit. They did this morning. We were watching Israeli press reporting it. I think they get sensitive, Israel. Where they seem particularly sensitive is just posting locations of where missiles hit. Now, I guess maybe if it's like a building, it's just you're not going to keep that secret. They were really sensitive about the oil refinery one in Haifa. But it's not like, I mean, they say don't post these things, but they're clearly not totally blacking it out because there's plenty of coverage, Israeli video coverage when something like happens like it happened this morning or yesterday, or whatever morning it was. Yes, this morning. But I don't observe what they show on their domestic coverage all the time. I'm not watching, Channel 12 News Israel all the time. So I don't know how that works. Oopsie. Thanks Losty, who says sunrise is as beautiful as ever. Thanks Da Bears Dude. Da Bears Dude says, I hope a quiet night for Israel was a sign of things to come and not a quiet before the storm. Let there be peace on the horizon. Look, it's a good question as to how things are going to progress. How much is Iran going to keep striking Israel? How many missiles do they have? I do not know. But this is the first night there hasn't been a missile launched. Thank you, Jackie Glassman Rubin, by the way. Over on Facebook for the Facebook stars. Hang on a second here. Coltosaurus says, we watched Flight Radar 24 today, and C-17s are hauling a bunch of stuff to the Middle East. A lot of stuff. Oh, hold on. We have a missile pre-alert. Hey guys, there is a missile pre-alert, which means that there's probably going to be a missile alert momentarily, just as the sun comes up. Missile pre-alert in Israel. You can see the cameras moving there. Missile pre-alert. How about that? So we're probably going to see a missile warning soon. I'm going to move this down here. Earlier than yesterday, well, I don't know when they all were yesterday. The one that where the hospital was hit was like 7 in the morning. But after the whole night, a missile pre-alert. Warnings expected soon. Missile launches. Nothing from the IDF yet, though. IDF have not posted. I don't see an IDF post yet. That's the big one, because then they say we detected them. But alarms are expected soon. Yes, the IDF has detected missiles coming in. Missiles are coming in now. Missiles are coming in now. Well, there you go. And we'll wait and see where. I'm waiting to see the alert, rocket alert. Well, I got a few cameras up there, so we'll just see what happens. I don't know if it'll be on any of these cameras. Could be. We got the Haifa camera, Jerusalem, Tel Aviv. Let me go back and look on Telegram, or look on the home front command. Negev, Dead Sea, Negev, 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 Dead Sea, center of the country. I'm going to get the Modine stream up just in the background. Let me throw that up here. If I can get it on the screen for myself. I'll have the Modine stream prepared. That's not good. All right, I am looking at the cameras you're looking at. I am looking at a camera from Modine as well. I am not seeing the rocket alert yet. Oh, somebody said a lot more were just added. Well, we'll just have to see then. I'm sitting here watching the rocket alert, missile alert map for when it pops up. But warnings, again, missiles incoming. Missiles are incoming. Okay, I see a bunch in the center of the country. Around Beersheba in the south, where the missile hit at the hospital. Around Beersheba. Beersheba. I'm probably pronouncing that right. Beersheba. So there's a bunch around Beersheba in the south. I don't know if those will be on any of our cameras, because I don't have cameras in the south. I have Modine, but I don't know that we're going to see anything on Modine. Beersheba, that's the ones I'm seeing right now is for the south around Beersheba, east of Gaza. And again, I don't have cameras from there. But that is where the hospital was hit yesterday. All the alerts I've seen so far are in the south. Around Beersheba, that general area there in the south. Here, real quick, I'll show you. Right there. East of Gaza. So far. That's on the so far map. So far on the so far map. That's where they all are so far, in the south. None of the cameras is showing that. Just because there's lots of alerts doesn't mean there's a lot of missiles. Whenever a missile comes in, it sets off, any one missile will set off a lot of alerts because it's unclear exactly where it will hit. You can't judge the number of missiles from the number of the alerts. Beersheba in the south. Again, I'm just seeing stuff in the south there. South of Hebron. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. But again, I don't know that any of our cameras will have those missiles on it. Yeah, so again, I'm just looking at the cameras here, but as of right now, given where these, if these alerts continue in the south, we might not see any of these. It's possible you'll see some in the distance, especially maybe the Jerusalem cam. I don't think you're going to see them in Haifa. I have a camera, if need be, from the center of the country, Modin. I mean, there might be rockets hitting, missiles hitting right now. I'm not seeing reports of it. Yes, I am hearing a report of explosions in the south, which probably means at least interceptions in the south. One of the Telegram accounts I follow is saying explosions heard in the south. So this might be happening right now in southern Israel. None of my cameras are showing it. None of the cameras I'm looking at are showing it. So, but that it might be happening right now in southern Israel. And the alerts are now gone. The alerts are now gone there. There's that blue area, but it might have just happened. Hang on a second here. Let me check the reporting here. I got to turn that Jerusalem camera down. So sirens, Manny Fabian reports the sirens went off in Beersheba and surrounding towns in the south. So again, away from our cameras and the various cameras I have. Beersheba. I don't know if any missiles hit. Amir Bobat, who's an Israeli reporter I follow, says evaluation at this stage, single launches. It sounds like maybe a smaller batch. Okay, news, political and security cabinet on Telegram, who I follow. These are just a few launches to the Negev. Just a few launches. Hot News, who I follow, says report of a fall in open space. This N12 account I follow says no reports of missile hits or injuries received. So again, it sounds like it was a smaller batch. No reports of people injured or significant damage at this point, from what I'm seeing. One report from a reporter with N12 claims it was a single missile launched from Iran towards the Negev, and it was intercepted. I'll see if that gets confirmed. It's possible this was just one missile. It's possible it was one missile. The Negev is a desert and semi-desert region of southern Israel. Now, some of our viewers pointed out that the Dimona nuclear installation is in the Negev, but it would be tough for Israel to hit a target like that, or for Iran to hit a target like that. I'm sure it's well protected with, with missile defense. The Dimona reactor. Again, I'm hearing reports that this was possibly a single missile. MDA says there are no reports of casualties. Oh, guess what? Iranian media, I'm hearing, might be saying there was a report that Iranian media claimed, I haven't seen it myself. There's a report that Iranian media claimed that they had launched missiles toward the reactor. This might be a case, look, I talked about this before, where Iran threatens something, then they launch a couple missiles in the area and they say, oh, we attacked this thing. So it might be a case where they just sent a missile or two in the general area of the reactor and said, we attacked the reactor. Again, no reports of injuries or significant damage right now. I think it's possible that a missile landed in an open area or debris. The hot news, which I follow on Telegram, is saying that according to local authorities, there was a missile that fell. Oh, maybe one. Now we're seeing possibly a missile did fall and hit. Well, hold on a second now. Now it looks like there may have been a fall. I'm seeing, but I can't tell if this is from today or yesterday. There's some accounts saying that a missile fell. No injuries have been reported yet. Well, I'm going to keep looking. Okay, now I'm seeing from N12 report of several vehicles on fire, apparently following interception shrapnel falling down. You can have an interception and then stuff falls down from the sky and it can cause damage or fires. Yeah, reporter for N12 says report of several vehicles on fire, apparently following interception shrapnel, no reports of casualties. I'm seeing it right here. It's like a parking lot with some vehicles on fire. That's what I'm seeing pictures of. I believe that is what happened. The event is over. Homefront command says the event is over. You can leave your protected areas. You can leave your shelters. To repeat, from what I'm seeing, there is one place where debris hit the ground. I've seen it described in Israeli media as interception debris, and looks like some cars in a parking lot are on fire. No reports of injuries. The map for the missiles I look at is called SOFAR, TZOFAR. They have an app too. SOFAR Red Alert, TZOFAR. Oh, I'm seeing another thing. Yeah, so, whoa, hold on. So what I'm seeing is there's a couple different videos of, again, it looks like several vehicles on fire. I don't see any buildings on fire. I seen a report that it was interception debris. Yeah, a couple accounts are saying that it was interception fragments. I don't even have a link I can put in the chat yet. If I get one, I'll throw it in there for you. Yeah, another picture. Yeah, it looks like maybe some stuff came down in pieces and started some fires where it came down. I haven't seen anything about it being more than one missile at this point. Oh, here it is. AZ Intel grabbed the video. I'll post the link in the chat. It's the same video I was looking at, one of them. And again, as my understanding is that it wasn't even it was debris. Thanks, AZ Intel, for posting it. I just posted a link in the chat for you. Faytux Network posted a picture of something else I had seen. And I'll post another link in the chat for you to Faytux Network's post. You can see it on the other side. I don't have the rights to the photo. I'd show them if I had the rights to them. But I put the links in for you in the chat. Again, the event is over. People are being told they can leave their shelters. Thank you, by the way, to War Rumors and also to Trading Space, who I think might be watching from India. Oh no, Indonesia. Trading Space is in Indonesia. Thanks for watching from there, Trading Space. Thanks also to Vern Dude and Jerry, Naninga, and Gimbal. Captain Obvious, I don't believe there was such short notice. That's usually what happens. There's a pre-alert, and then a couple minutes after there's alert, and then a couple minutes after that, the missiles come in. So that's generally how it happens. Thank you, Captain Obvious. April Coco thinks Iran should surrender. Ynet says a small volley was launched into the Negev. Initial report of a fall. Again, not clear if it was debris or a missile fall. Oh, MDA took the picture. I'm going to post this picture again. I think I can show this one. Well, I want to be careful. I don't know if this is their picture or somebody else's. Hold on a second here. If it's MDA, I should be fine. The MDA is part of the government there. Hang on a moment. If I can show it to you, I will. Yes, it's an MDA photo. We should be good to go because it's taken by the government. Okay, here's a photo of what happened. This is what I was talking about. This is literally the MDA post. Right here. Several vehicles on fire. Can you guys see this? Vehicle. Maybe I can make it a little bigger for you. But again, that photo is from the MDA, which is the Emergency Response Organization there. So it definitely looks like there's several vehicles on fire. Oh, one of our viewers said that they could have had gas in their tanks and the gas exploded or something. So, yeah, that building there, I don't know how much damage that building will sustain from that smoke there. I just don't know. Yeah, again, I don't know if this was a missile that fell or some sort of interception debris. That has not been confirmed yet. But again, this is from MDA in Israel. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't update the headline. Okay, so let me go back and, oops. And see what else I can find for you. So Manny Fabian reports that this was a missile that impacted in Beersheba, causing damage. No reports of injuries. Now, I don't know how many missiles were fired, but it looks like maybe one of them made an impact in Beersheba, causing injuries. Causing no injuries, but some damage. We showed you that picture before. Parallel Universe is hearing that the number of missiles launched was 3. Is that true? A couple reporters I follow in Israel, political and security cabinet, say it is being examined whether this was a direct hit by a missile or a large interception fragment. So it is unclear whether it was a direct hit yet. It is being looked into. So again, a missile or a missile fragment or a missile interception fragment fell in Beersheba. No casualties. It caused fire, and that's what it looked like. It sounds like it was a small batch of missiles. I don't have an exact number. Noble Galactic says, so Iran is striking during the day now and not night. I mean, maybe it's interesting that they didn't fire any at night and they fired soon after the sun came up. It wasn't that many. They could fire more, of course, whenever they want, but in the south too, not Tel Aviv.
וואו, תראי, זה עדיין מתפוצץ, מטל.
Sorry, that wasn't. That was really loud. It wasn't. You weren't supposed to hear any audio, so I apologize for that. I'm trying to figure out if there's damage in the building behind it. I just saw a video which suggests that maybe there's some damage to the building behind where those vehicles were on fire. That fire in the parking lot there. I don't know if the building has been damaged or not. I don't know. It's possible. And then News the Security Cabinet says it looks like maybe the missile hit near the buildings. If that's the case, then it's very lucky it didn't hit the building. So we could be the case where a missile hit right near. Yes, I am looking right now at a video which appears to show some significant damage in one of the apartments in that apartment building next to where the missile landed. So it looks like this may be a case where the missile actually landed next to the building. But I just saw on Telegram what I believe is a video from inside the building. Why does this keep happening? I keep setting it up to not have volume. I'm sorry, guys. I literally have muted it, and for some reason it goes on. Hey, that's really kind of you, Darcy McElveny. She gave 20 memberships. That's so nice of Darcy. Make sure you thank her for a membership if you got one. Thank you. And Amy McIntosh and Alan, thank you for being members. Baron Jones Abay. Baron Jones Abay, the U.S. is helping to shoot down missiles coming into Israel. I don't know which ones and where, but they are doing that. That's been publicly known. that they are involved in that. Thank you to Baron Jonas Abay. Thank you also, Losty, and Mbop, who says it's a civilian NGO. Okay, they're saying, all right, they're equivalent of Red Cross. Okay, Mbop says MDA is equivalent of Red Cross. So I was thinking they were a government. They're the national, Israel's National Emergency Service. Oh, they're official. It's the equivalent of the Red Cross in other countries. Okay, there you go. Equivalent of the Red Cross. So I had that a bit wrong. Thank you to Mimi for letting me know. Not Mbop. Thanks, Mbop, for letting me know. Thanks, Sunflower. Thanks, Chrissy. Thanks, Lincoln. Deborah Haley. Deborah Haley says, what's behind the U.S. loyalty to Israel? That's what Deborah Haley, it only takes one person, says in the chat. Thanks, thanks, Deborah. I really appreciate your support. MDA says no physical injuries at that scene, where it looks like a missile hit a parking lot near an apartment building. Yeah, I mean, Iranian state media claims there are 18 injuries. I've seen no Israeli sources say there are any injuries. None. Here's another video that AZ Intel posted of the scene. I just posted it in the chat for you guys. Oh, what is this from? Oh, thanks so much to Vanessa. She says, I wonder how long this war goes on and if the supreme leader Khamenei can last much longer. I don't have answers to either of your questions. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you also, that guy. I appreciate it. And NS Pops, thank you. Someone asked about Iron Dome. The Iron Dome is a system for rockets, short-range rockets that get fired from like Gaza and Lebanon. Iron Dome is a different. Israel uses a different system to shoot down missiles coming. I think a couple different ones, but to shoot down missiles coming from Iran. So it's a different system than the Iron Dome. Oh, hey guys, I have more pictures. That building suffered a bunch of damage. Wow. I'm going to post it in the chat right now for you. I just posted it in the chat. That building suffered a bunch of damage. I should post, I didn't do this before because we weren't posting much stuff, but I'll post a link to my X account in the chat. How about that? It's fortunate that no one was injured. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I had heard a small number of missiles were fired. That one apparently got through. That's a lot of damage. Looks like it hit in the parking lot in front of the building. Can you guys see that picture? I'll post a link to it again. It's on my X account too, @Lookner on X. You can go over to my X account and see my post there. Thank you, by the way, to very much to Thumin Win, if I'm pronouncing that right. No, it's probably not right. Hang on a second here. Maybe it is. Maybe it's Thumin Win. I'll go with Thumin Win. I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong. No, maybe I didn't. I don't know. I'm doing my best. But thank you. Thanks also Sal Zafiro and Sean. Hold on a second here. This account broke the rules. UV and JT broke the rules. But thank you. But you broke the rules. One missile hit, apparent missile hit, causes damage in Israel. No injuries. Anyways, and there's a big crater in the parking lot. Did you guys see the big crater in the parking lot? Look at that. Again, I posted these on my X account @Lookner. So a big, big crater in the parking lot. It's good nobody was out there, and several cars destroyed, and the building significantly damaged. Well, that could have been a lot worse in terms of injuries. So another missile has gotten through. Joe Seals, wow. Joe, that's very generous of you, Joe. Once again, extremely generous of Joe Seals. Thank you, Joe. Joe is, a lot of you know Joe from Right Side. Some of you know Joe from Right Side, depending on who's watching. But Joe, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Joe. Thank you. And Ben and Eli. I'd like to know how many total missiles were fired. But again, it wasn't that many. And one of them made it through, it looks like. That could have been a lot worse. That could have definitely been a lot worse. It's possible that if that landed on the building, that could have killed people. If people were in their safe rooms in the building, and it just landed on the building, it could have killed people in the building. Merlin says it's a bad ratio. Well, if it's 1 out of 3 made it or something, you know, again, I don't have an exact number, but I believe it was just a handful. The security cabinet on Telegram says that the local municipality claims it was most likely a direct hit. The police are investigating. I don't have any kind of video from the scene after. Hey, thanks MTKDX for the membership. So nice of you. Thank you. Also, Michigan Rowdy on Twitch. Thank you so much for your support. Brainstorm Warning, Anime Dog, Miss Anthropos, Jay Stubbles, Basic B. I'm a little behind on my Twitch thank yous. That's not good. I Am You Are Me. I got behind on my Twitch thank yous. Larry Picklejar, thank you. Old Man Racer. One of our viewers claimed it was a Microsoft office. I don't know. I had thought it was an apartment building, but I might be wrong about that. I'm looking at a picture of the building. It doesn't say Microsoft on the front, but it could have been. At least in the picture I looked at. Our viewers have different opinions on whether it was a Microsoft office. One of them says behind Microsoft. Well, no, I saw in a video from inside a building, and it was an apartment building. So I'm going to assume it was an apartment building for now, because the video I saw showed some significant damage, and it looked like it was next to what happened. Austin says the Microsoft office was down the street from the building that took the most damage. Yeah, I mean, again, I think the video I saw was from the building itself, and that had like a bed in it, if I remember right. Mitchell Ulrich sent me what he says is a geolocation. Mitchell Ulrich. I did the street view, but it looks like the street view is from when they were building it. Thanks, Mitchell, for sending that in. Thyga Spice says the sign on the front of the building in Hebrews translate to BBC Naveco, which is a residential apartment. Thank you, Thyga Spice. Thank you. And Rotan Lova and James. Also, shout out to RJ, who's moderating right now. Thank you so much, RJ. And also, over there on Twitch, I Got That Fire, Mark NC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev, thank you. Over on Facebook, Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Thanks to all of our Facebook mods. Linda Bell, Glary, and Misha, thank you for modding on X. Thanks to our YouTube members, people like Mama457 Rose, Music Muse, Captain Obvious, Gene Romaine, Root Cellar, Turned Off, Losty, GM2 Rob Guns, Ethereal Planet, Darag Tubridi. Thanks for being members. Crazy Ape, Gary Baines, Elizabeth G, Wes Downer, Big Daddy K, Krusty, Music Muse, Cammy, Turned Off, Alan, Toby N, Dr. McRib, Chris from Queensda, and the Fed, Brad Larkin, thank you. Root Cellar, Tessa Armstrong, Natalie A. Thanks, YouTube members. Sean, Mr. K, Toby N, Brenda Triplett, thank you. Yeah, I'm seeing another video from what looks like, well, I think it's maybe the same video. There's clearly a video of damage that's an apartment building. So, again. Oh, the MDA says, according to N12, the MDA says a couple, okay, one lightly injured and 30 people with like anxiety. They call them panic victims, but they're not physical injuries. So 30 being attended to for kind of panic, anxiety related condition. One physical injury, lightly injured, according to MDA. That's from IDF. Also, no, that's from MDA. N12 is saying that the IDF is saying it wasn't intercepted. So presumably that was a direct hit. Yes, Almog Boker. Now Almog Boker, with Channel 12, he says, second time in 24 hours, a direct hit in Beersheba. He says there was only one missile launched. Was there only one missile launched? Yes, this was a direct hit, says the IDF, according to Almog Boker. So yeah, it's the second direct hit in Beersheba in 2 days. Beersheba. And I don't even know that there were any other missiles fired. How did they miss that, says Shell? I don't know. Shell Caballero. Maybe Iran's going to fire more at the south if they think there's a better chance of them getting through. Hey, thanks, Brad Larkin. I appreciate that.